Hello everyone, Happy New Year. Well, I hope it's a Happy New Year at least. Welcome. Yeah. Welcome, Lethal Pit. Welcome, Aki. I'm just trying to work out what I'm going to call this project. I think I want to call it Glasgow _ keyboard. Hey, old mages, welcome. I need to do a little bit of admin work in KiCad because the board you're seeing at the moment is the other adapter board I made that does need a little bit of silkscreen work, but it's basically done. Welcome, Starry 2001. I pronounce a lot of different languages. It's a thing. But that's fair. That's valid. Glasgow keyboard. I don't know yet. This is KiCad Nightly, so we're gonna have a bit of a ride and fun. It's a thing. So, let us start with a brand new Welcome, Steffi. I'm also really digging these new icons. This is going to take a little bit of getting used to, but like, that's clearly annotate. That one looks like it's probably going... Okay, run footprint assessment. Bring up the PCB editor. Yeah, there's some nice icons in here. Hi, Steffi. Having fun, I see. So, let us start with a new footprint for the Glasgow connectors, which are 10 by 2, or 2 by 10 rather. I'm wondering, Steffi, if it has something to do with you using what's the name of it? The Indeed. You using... Oh, Wayland, thank you, yes. Because I don't have any problems under X, which makes me wonder. Oh, okay. I am using the ESR version, that's a good point. Anyway, why am I scrolling? We want 2 by 10, odd even. So, Glasgow itself, I might actually have to switch to the other project real quick just so I can get the pin out. Pin 1 is the vSense. Pin 2 here is VCC, which we need to set as 5 volt. Huh. That's interesting. Huh. On the back side, you've then got a whole pile of grounds down here, so we'll quickly add a ground symbol back here. Because this connects over USB, my Aegis, those are actually ground. Because USB is referenced to ground. So ground is actually correct here. Zero V is good if you're like dealing with transformers and you're dealing with the isolated side of the transformer or something like that, because then you are 0 volts. It's all good. So we then have the signals here, and then the bottom 2 pins are, oh, welcome Hexchan, are actually unused, so we'll mark these as actually not used. I mean, in this case, because ground and this board's going to be quite small, relatively speaking, that's not a big deal here. But we'll add a note here. This is Glasgow. Oh, to Glasgow. Huh. That needs fixing. They haven't yet added the ability to center text, which is very annoying. Ah, fair enough. Feeling a bit of a hangover, huh? Guess who just took the entire connector up backwards? Let's try that way around. There we go. Yeah, it's a thing. I'm having to look at the Glasgow at the same time. That's just why it's just taking a moment. Yeah, because pin 1 here... Ah, yes, sorry, I've got pin 1 and pin 2 the wrong way around. That's what I did wrong. Because it's this side of the connector that has all of the signals, and this side of the connector has all the grounds and also the power connection. No, I don't... KiCad Nightly is a little finicky still. We're back. They are both designed to be the same, so they face each other and are designed so that a board connected to one side rotated through 180 connects directly to the other side. Yeah, mirrored. So this doesn't matter if this is port A or B, which is very nice because I'm going to be using both ports with 2 different adapter boards. Yay! So the next thing is going to be what connectors are we putting on this? So this is going to be a adapter for plugging in keyboards that aren't USB. So our complete list of connectors. I want to support PS2, obviously, ADB, because there isn't very much that can talk Apple debug. Apple digital bus rather. AT and XT, RJ45 PS2 for like the battle thingy keyboards, the server keyboards from IBM, Model M's basically. Yeah, the Glasgow Kickstarter's just on fire. And a bigger, chunkier connector. I wouldn't call it better, just chunkier and bigger. Granted, you can't bend the pins, but... Let's see, the other ones, oh, right. Oh no, my Aegis. You should see the pins on those connectors. Hot damn. And the Amiga standard. So these are what we want to support. Nice. I think that's what we want to support at least. So we're going to have a whole bank of connectors, and because these are all basically the same protocol or very similar protocols in terms of the wiring, we'll have this so that you plug in one or another, but all the keyboard connectors are there. Welcome QNXB. If you want to send me information on that connector, how you hook up your Model M, I'm very willing to add it to this. Well, to be fair, my Aegis, I don't really blame them. I did the thing in the office that I want mechanical, so I'll go browns. So I'm not quite so loud. I forgot to update Streamlabs. Give me a second. If you want silence, fair enough. Browns are not clicky, but they have the D10. So you feel them activate without them annoying the crap out of everyone in the office. They also, in my opinion, have a nicer feel. This stream I am working on. Indeed. There we go, that is the today I'm working on updated. Yeah, it is bottoming out that causes the majority of the noise, certainly the most noticeable noise. Browns are great. I like browns. But then again, I do want to look at some of the other... I do want to look at some of the other keyboard type, key types, which is why the next version of my keyboard is going to have sockets. Oh jeez, Freya. Oh jeez, Aki. Oh jeez. J Sharp, your answer. I don't know that I can support those without additional supporting hardware. The board would have to be a lot more complicated for that. Because Glasgow works with voltages, not current. But in theory, we could do something like that. I just don't know that I want it for this board. This is trying to be a simple... support the majority of different interfaces that are used. Yeah, that's fair. But I actually did want to answer that seriously, because that is a serious thing. Like, we should probably do a board for that. So, I should, in my own library, have a connector for the PS2 side of things already figured out because of my keyboard stuff. If I can find it. I might not have copied it into my library yet. I haven't copied it into my library yet. Oh no! Well, exactly. Who doesn't want to use a teletype? Okay, Freya. Let me copy past a thing. God, I've missed you lot. I hope you've all had a reasonable New Year's festivities and that you've stayed safe and not done anything too stupid. If you know what I mean. Oh right, I can't just copy past to that. Ah, this is gonna be annoying. Yeah. Yeah. That's a thing, my Aegis. That's a whole thing. That sounds like a really good evening. Fair. I have to admit that part of my evening was spent getting very annoyed at a Minecraft server that kept throwing out New Year's fireworks at us and making the frame rates just garbage. That was a thing. I need that one, I think. We're gonna copy a file out from it. Why? Okay. That was weird. Oh, modded Minecraft is really easy to move. Especially if you are using multi-MC. Because you literally just dump the multi-MC instance into the multi-MC instance area and you're done. Oh, you're using the FTB launcher. I have a funny feeling it's probably about as simple. That'll be fun to find out. You can actually import FTB instances into multi-MC though, so there is that. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, it's Java, so it's gonna suck to do, but it should be relatively easy. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, right. KBD Babel. Ooh. Actually, I won't open that in that tab. Give me 1 second to go finding the browser window I need. Nope, not that. That one, there we go. Just gotta enjoy my background for a moment. I'll open for this session only. Oh, no, this is not the one with all the tabs. This is one with very few tabs, actually. Come on, let me... Oh, great. My extension here is broken. Why is it broken? Oh, not quite what I was trying to do. There we go. Ah. Yeah, it looks like they don't have a HTTPS version, but also, ooh. Excellent. Huh. This is interesting. Where is KiCad libraries? There we go. We'll add that as a global, and then we can move that into that library. There we go. There we go. Okay, we finally got it done. Library management in KiCad is always interesting. We'll go with the word interesting here. We can now remove that one from the list because I don't need it open. Memory controller, okay. I do. One is an underscore, one is a hyphen. Thank you very much, J Sharp. The different libraries I've got now in my Aegis are because I've got one in the old format, one in the new. This is Nightly. There we go. Let's try that. It is now actually more or less set in stone. It's just that they've made it so that you can't edit old files, old format files rather, sorry, with new KiCad. You have to upgrade. And I think that's actually quite fair. They've left the ability to read, but not edit. And that's fine. I get that. God, the number of commits they've done since they last did a release. Holy Christ. That's a lot of commits. It's KiCad for you, yeah, exactly. I'm gonna put this down here. I do see those counts when I do the arch stuff, yes. Welcome, Atty. I'm actually looking at the symbol and I'm thinking we actually need to fix some stuff up on it. So we are going to go back into the editor and play. Oh no, left is right. There we go. I'm doing pretty well. Soon I think. I mean, they've done all the rebranding stuff that they wanted to do, so we're not far off, I think. And this is mostly just stabilization at this point. Actually soon. Definitely not the, gamer soon. I mean, this has been getting more and more stable. They keep crashing the compiler on me, which is quite entertaining. So for the fact that it does mean that there is a compiler bug in GCC 10.2, which needs looking at, because it causes the compiler to segfault. That's fun. But other than the compiler bug trigger thing, they've mostly been managing to make this pretty stable. So we're looking to probably see a release happen soon. Yeah, pretty bad, but not as bad as they could be, agreed. Yeah, GCC doesn't really suffer from those anymore, I think. They've mostly fixed all of the worst offenses, as it were. Ah, there are 3 earth pins. Good to know. Yes, there would be. Actually, it's a really good question. So, the biggest reason that there are so many different compilers is because, for example, the Clang people got fed up of issues with GCC and it being inefficient, so they made their own. Yeah, it is really rare, and to be fair, part of the PowerPC problem is IBM, not GCC itself. IBM does not commit the best code to GCC, and it shows. But yeah, most of the Yeah, they are selling a competing toolchain, and they're also pretty much the only ones who know how to actually platform for their platform. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, so to answer my Aegis properly, partly it's because of choice, but partly it's because, like, GCC's debug information on compiler error was pretty Spartan, and the Clang people were like, this shall not stand, this will not do. We want a standards compliant compiler. Yes, they're not standards compliant, but shh. And to improve error handling and error reporting. And they certainly succeeded at that latter part. The error reporting in both compilers is the best it's ever been. Yeah, it has done an absolute world of good. I really cannot deny this. Now, Clang has its own fun problems, which is why, for example, one of my projects, Temple Orm, is unable to be compiled with Clang because of a Clang bug that I still need to figure out how to submit. But yeah, error handling, like, modern day GCC telling you, you probably want this header, that came from Clang. Modern day GCC telling you usefully what went wrong, kinda came from Clang. It's good. We like this. The thing. Rust still needs to mature, in my honest opinion. I have given it a look, but fair. Anyway, this feels a bit better now that we've got, you know, the worst defenses here sorted. This is bi-directional. I'm trying to remember, there's a way to tell it this is a clock. Haha, there it is. I'm not saying boo Rust, I'm just saying I think it needs some more maturation. Hey now kids, play nice. Oh, fair. I thought you liked Rust. Oh well, that's fine. That's better. Plus no. No. Oh, that's no longer copy? Oh, that's interesting. They've changed the copy shortcut. It's no longer C, it's Control C. And the lag from where I click to where it starts drawing is... It is more logical, it's just one of those things that, like... Old KiCad has it kind of burned into my memory what copy is, and now it's not that anymore, so... Fair enough, Aki. They've changed a whole pile of things, Steffi. I don't know how you want me to go about trying to talk through that, because that's a long list. Long list. But I guess we probably should try and kind of cover what has changed in KiCad so fair. Oh, if I hover over something that can be copied, for example, you can now see they've got proper cut, copy, paste. I think this is partly because they're trying to handle going between instances and making proper use of the clipboard. So they've changed the shortcuts to actual proper Control-C and Control-V, and yeah, I don't know what the before it was just you hit C and it will give you a duplicate, and then it's fine, J Sharp. I am interested in answering. Take care, Atty. Yeah, Excel's the thing. I'm not sure I completely get the question you're asking. Structured interrupt. Are we talking as in shared interfaces, as in shared object files, or are we talking IPC? Because if we're talking the former, then you shouldn't ever be using the file system and that kind of thing anyway for that, arguably. But I also get, like, some languages you can't avoid that with because they don't actually provide a proper stable ABI or API. Rust. So it's complicated. Interop is complicated. It always has been. Because you've always got competing camps for how to do things, and those competing camps are never fully compatible with each other. You just have to look at the C way of doing things for that. Because there you've got the ability to hide whole symbols from another shared object library by being loaded first and exposing the same symbols, and oh look, your program broke in this really fun way, but it built because there's no type information with those symbols. Whereas C++ has type information but refuses to publish a fixed ABI for how to encode that type information. My take is that arguably the ABI does need defining by a language, and that is actually something I have got in mind with a language I'm writing called Viper. Now, it's the new year. I will now talk about this project a bit more openly because I feel like we're coming to a point where I can actually stream about it. I have a language I've been working on that tries to solve quite a lot of the pitfalls of C++ while still staying compiled, but giving you a more Pythonic syntax, because I actually quite like the Python syntax. Still template meta programmed because that is some of the best shit in the world for getting stuff done. No macros as a result, because macros just are inherently not workable in a big code base, especially as they pollute the target use namespace, just by definition of how they work. It's one of those things that I have in mind that the language spec itself will say, this is exactly how encoding works for symbol information. And that gets fixed into the base ABI of the entire language so that everything can interrupt with me because it's fixed. Like, you can manually go and encode a symbol. So the way I'm fixing that problem is that inside of every object that is built is a special section that contains the raw template code, compressed, and cleaned of white space that's not required to parse it correctly. So when you invoke a template by importing a library, because you import in my language, you don't have a header, it pulls that information back out of the shared object file, reparses it, and builds against that, and it's not an ABI problem then. And it also means that you can patch it because it's a text section. There's a full BNF for the language. I've thought about this a lot, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, the BNF was one of the first things I wrote for the language. Well, that's fair, Steffi. You're allowed to have a differing opinion. I'm just going to assign these to the first 2 pins and we'll see what happens. That was not the tool I meant to use. Try that one. Oh, it's Turing complete. Templates as in both decorators in the Python sense, because those are actually templates if you weren't aware. And also in the C++ian sense, because that's some of the most powerful shit you've ever seen. But with a nicer syntax. Because the syntax for C++ is admittedly bad. I'm just contemplating editing the symbol some more because it's not quite on grid. You've got lambdas. They're a native part of the language. You've got the ability to have types inside of types, or types defined inside of functions if required. Because that kind of thing's easy in this kind of language, but you do disable some aspects, like you can't make a type inside of a function visible outside the function, unless it's done through auto, which it does have. Yeah, it has its own runtime. It doesn't use the C runtime because the C runtime has too many problems. But I'm doing it in a way where it's basically one shared object file. And programs are self-bootstrappable. Or self-bootstrapping. I'll talk about it more on the stream where I actually unveil things. How about that? Stick around and I'll actually talk about it on a proper stream to do with it. I look forward to unveiling it. Yeah, that feels a bit better. Wow, KiCad's got some bugs still. Can you tell? Fine, I'll do that. I was hoping to just drag the handle along and then... this is true. Right, we finally got the PS2 port done. I do need to add the footprint for it. Did I put it in here? No. I bet this is another one of those I've got it stuck in the keyboard project again. Give me a second. think it's the TM0508 that I'm using. Yeah, that looks right. KiCad libraries. Who's the connector made by? I should have put that into Farnell. Oh, welcome, Obliterous. Haha, there it is. Lumberg. That's what I was looking for. I'm sure he will. Right, let us then add footprint library. Add libraries. Lumberg pretty. There we go. Now we stand a chance. Now, here's a good question. With the amount of weight that this board's going to have on it, do we want to do this as a board that tries to mount to Glasgow directly, or do we want it as a board that sits next door to it, and then design a little board that can fit over the top between the two to hook them together with two sockets? Basically, I'm asking, you want a hat? Okay, we'll try a hat. We'll see what this does for the hat. This could be entertaining. Fair. In that case, I need to set this as pin socket 2 by 10. Oof. That's rough. Well, let's try, oh, I should annotate. Let's try importing. Aha! Excellent. So we've done PS2. Let's see, we want ADB, and well, actually, I'm gonna deal with the connector that Aki's got on her keyboard next, because I have the information I need for that. So the pinout is this, and it's an RJ45 connector, so, you know, normal RJ45 stuff applies. This is going to be entertainment. Do we have an RJ45 connector? Oh. They do. Ooh. Oof. I mean, it's Cisco APs for you, so I'm not too surprised, but oof. Welcome back. I'm just realizing I haven't got the field visibilities. There we go. No, that didn't do it. There we go. Got him. Yeah, those are very different to the ones that Obliterous is referring to, I can tell you that. Yeah. There's Cisco Enterprise and then there's Cisco Consumer. Cisco Consumer is the Maracai stuff. And Obliterous is referring to an Enterprise one, which very different beastie. Yeah, Cisco has a consumer division. I need the other page up. Back. That's the one I'm looking for. So VCC on 3. Oh, wrong window. I don't recall if Maracai is the Enterprise stuff or not. Detective Earth on 7, 6 is ground. 6 for ground. Oh, I just noticed I made a boo-boo here. Bollocks. We actually need some extra parts in here. Oh my goodness, it does not want to start dragging where I start dragging. Cisco tried to basically not have competition. That's what happened. So this one is 1 meg resistor. And then we also want to add C small. That's gonna be a pain. Oof. I'm gonna actually stick that in there, and we'll recenter this to center, and we'll make this 1mm. Ah, it's still a bit too big. KiCad redid the way that their text handling works, and it's not the best. If you couldn't tell from how this isn't behaving the way I'm expecting it to. Is that C small? Yeah, C small. They've managed to make the capacitor plates longer than they used to be. That's really annoying. Not as small as it used to be. It still feels off. Anyway. You can't please behave yourself. I clicked. Oh my goodness. I'm clicking on the joint and it doesn't want to actually start this on the Barkin joint. That needs fixing really badly. Because that's unusably bad. I am actually also going to add a power symbol for protective earth, as they've called it. I'll just use the earth symbol for this. Because that'll allow me to hook all of the earths together, which we do want to do. I think it was on pin 7. Yeah, protective earth pin 7. Block and data's on 4. No, what? Alpha label, okay. Indeed. Okay, save for this being a bit messed up still. Someone wants to tell Obliterus that I'm quite happy to get some audio time with him later if he wants to play some Minecraft. That would be really handy and helpful for me, please. This is also the AT connector. This is true, Raichu Knight. Also welcome. Though, if you turn auth verification off on a server, then it doesn't matter what they do with the account stuff at all. That can cause problems, of course. It's its own little other world of problems. I'm just looking at the pinouts here and I'm just trying to work out. This is the ATXT pinout, I think. Oh, I fully expect one too. You don't lock down auth like this without there being backlash. So this is DIN 41524. Let's have a looky, see what we can get for that. Right, there's the keyboard one, mini DIN 6, which is what the part number for this one here means. Actually, that's tempting to change over to using this, but it doesn't have the protective earth stuff, so I can't. OpenID mod logins for Minecraft would actually be pretty cool. I would be okay with that. So I'm gonna edit this real quick and I'm gonna add check marks. Yes, you do. Just gonna scan the Unicode tables for the thing I'm looking for. I've gone past it. I went past it. Or I'm in the wrong category. This is what I'm dealing with. That's fair. No, it's not ominous. She is actually about right. It's a thing. I'm gonna try check instead of tick. There we go. There is a empty box, just... I'm gonna go with those two. Ow, bollocks. I closed it and that kills my copy buffer. That's just nuts. I don't think it likes that. Huh. I don't mind the way that the copy buffer system works here. It actually does make a lot of sense. Oh my jeebus. Jeez. That's gonna break a lot of launchers. How do you rectify that? I don't know. And yeah, the problem you've got, J-Sharp, is without X being able to know when data is being done with, it can't hold any copy past the buffer itself. Yeah, what Obliterate is saying, Steffi, is that there are some launchers that are basically now dead code, but which they still work. And they have their own way of doing mod packs, and yeah, Obliterate has got a big problem that I know he uses one of the alt launchers that doesn't update anymore. It was always able to be the case. But, like, it's a bit of a dick move to go and do it finally. Anyway. I don't know that they actually have. Because some old launchers that are well over 2 years old still work. I'm gonna go backwards through the list and see if I can find that first check mark that... There we go. Oh. Put these against the right two helps. Well, that's a thing. Well, Steph, if you want to make us a mod that allows us to use not the Mojang servers, then please do. Because this is just bullshit. For the server side, there is. That has its own problems. partly because the whitelist doesn't work properly then. Yeah, exactly. How to do skins offline as well is another point. Let's try and find this DIN connector. Cables and connectors. That's a pretty good start. When I don't go down the wrong category to start out with. Oh, that was my neck, don't mind me. Ugh. The connector I'm currently looking for is the main DIN connector that's used by the ATXT connection pinout. This. The DIN 41524. Interesting. Well, this sucks. What about the 45322? Take care, Obliterus. None of those is what I want. Okay, that gives me a search at least, but I don't like using RS. They are, manipulative assholes. That's a considered opinion, by the way. RS have got problems. Lots of problems. They're not the most ethical of sources, let's put it that way. I'm trying to be polite to them because I don't want to defame them, but at the same time... Oh, RS Electronics is a UK company. Oh! Granted, this was like a decade ago when I got to hear about them, but let's just say not treating staff well for a start. Using, oh, interesting. Lumberg 3130 is another potential. Ooh. Of course that didn't. because I got my numbers wrong. We want this to be PCB mount. If I can source it. Okay. It's the 5 contact version, if I'm not mistaken. Wrong way for the post. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 contact, yes. That's pretty promising right there. Not too expensive either. Four 1524. There we go. That's this one solved. Yay! This is going to be an annoyance to create a part for, but okay. We'll figure this out. It's this one. But I also need to have a grounding pin somewhere. So I'm going to actually have to copy and edit that. That is currently in... what library? Connector DIN 5. Okay. There's a lot of connectors in here. There we go. Duplicate. Well, save symbol as actually. What I'm trying to do is fix that. There we go. Because there's an extra pin that I need to put in here, which is for the shield. There's a shield that gets connected in. Doop-a-doop. Let's call this key E for now, and this is effectively pin 6. It's power input. That looks good. No, I didn't want to save the changes to connector because this is going to get changed. If I can figure out how to change symbol. There it is. Bingo. Now I need to do footprint library. And this is connector Lumberg. Ah, now I actually need to use the other library editor. I need to go and boot old KiCad to edit this footprint because this won't allow me to edit a new, an old library to add a new footprint. That's a thing. I also need to add library to this version of KiCad. Aha. KiCad libraries. There they are. Bingo. Okay, so new footprint. This is the (010505). What grid are we on? Oh my. I think I want an Imperial grid for this, because I think this is done in Imperial units. Because it's a chunking old DIN connector. Oh no, actually it looks like it's done in... It actually looks like it's done in metric, just badly. So big hole does it want? The data sheet for this is really bad. Give me a second to find the actual data sheet for this thing. Yeah. Doesn't mean that they have to follow a completely standard pinout and footprint and... They just have to have the right pin spacing on the moldings, that's all. I translate the datasheet into 3 different languages, but the datasheet's still the same. Shit datasheet. That's great. So this is what I'm facing, and this is what I'm trying to reconcile against. They show... That's the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... That's the 06 variant. So that's the 01, 05, 06. This one. Which we actually also need to implement, because we need that for... this. Which is the 45322. Which... 45322. They then show the other variant here, the 08-1, and dimensional drawings for it. But like, they don't show the hole sizes, I think. Oh no, they show the hole sizes, but they don't show the required annuli, and they don't show the other 2 pinouts. Anybody want to find me a better datasheet, please do. Because, it's like there's a blade connector up the front here. Oh no, sorry, 2 pins up the front. That are the grounds. Those are the protective earth grounds. Yeah. That's not a better datasheet. That's just different again. That's this datasheet page again, but this doesn't actually help things. Oh, it's used for the composite port. That's interesting. That doesn't help me though. I'd be happy even if they'd show me the bottom of the blaster thing. Because then I could kind of know what positions to ignore. Well, that's actually somewhat helpful of Farnell. So it looks like we've got the 2 front prongs, and then 5 of the pins are populated, and it's the upper 3 slots are ignored. Okay. So we want to draw the outline, ignore these bottom positions here, and it's just these 5 positions and then those 2. Let's see how this goes. So, if we set this center point here as being the middle of pin 2, to the front of the connector from there is 12.4. Wow. Long boy. Is this in millimeters or is this actually in inches? It must be in millimeters. Big chunky connector. They really mean 10? Surely they can't mean a 10mm drill hole. They actually leave the units unspecified. Oh, no, they mean 10 lots of 1.5mm. Oh, finally figured that out. Okay. Ah, no, that's the whole size of that, and therefore we probably want like 1.75mm. That seems still a bit small. Let's try that. Some big holes. Then two there. But spaced doo-ba-doo. Slightly closer together than that. Interesting. Okay. They are 15mm apart from each other, so let's pull those in a little bit. There we go. And then the next lot down are here, but spaced 10mm apart, which puts them one here and one there. That looks right. There's the 10. 2.5. This connector's not a pain in the ass to work with at all. Nope. Now, pulling back from this front face by 2.5mm, that's where the two front pins go. But they also need to be spaced 5mm apart. So one there, and one there, I think. Yep. That looks pretty good. This is P1. And, well, actually, let's call these both PE, Protective Earth, because that's what they do, functionally. And it looks like we then need to do the same dance with these ones. These actually have pins that are about here, here and here. Making some judgment calls here based on what the drawing of the connector shows. There. I think that's right. We'll see. I'm going to actually move that up a bit, there we go, so that it's not embedded in where a pin could go. And if we actually duplicate this one as the 06 model, yeah, the 06 model, we'll kill two birds with one stone by adding one extra pin right here. Which is pin 8 on the connector. And now we've done the DIN 6 connector as well. Which we're going to need. Hope you're all managing to follow along. This is a lot for even my head. They do. I'm worried about that too. We'll have a relook at that in a second. Interesting, this wants to call that pin 6. But I'm also going to need to edit that. So I'm going to move this, because this is actually going to be in a problematic position there. I'm going to call this pin 8. Be consistent with the labeling that Deutsche Institute has used. There we go. Now I can add a protective earth down in here, because this has one as well. How come that's not showing a pin number? Well, that's fun, that's broken. Right, okay, we've got those two connectors. Let us update this one. Or rather, sorry, change this one. And then footprint, this one is going to be that. And the footprint for this one, that one. There we go. It doesn't use the central pin. Cool. So we've got clock on pin 1, data on pin 2. On this one. Ah. No, data on pin 3. ground is pin 4. Well, 2. Pins 4. Oh, 5 is unused. 4 is power. Welcome back, my Aegis. I have just spent the last hour, nearly, trying to get these DIN connectors to play ball. These are horrific. There. We've got the RJ45 connector for keyboards done. I think I was just about done doing that when you had to shoot. Yeah, DIN connectors are things from hell, as we have just found out the hard way. I'm trying to work out why this isn't on grid. Ah, that's why. There we go. Yeah, we want that left aligned. This one as well, want left aligned. There we go. So having done that, we then want the outside pins again for the other connector here. Oh, that's fun. Protective Earth Run on pin 3. Ah, that's never caused any problems, I'm sure. Pin 1 is power here. 2 for ground. Hmm. And then data on 4.5 is clock. Okay. That has the ATXT stuff figured out, finally. Yeah, I really just spent an hour trying to deal with 2 keyboard connectors. I'm gonna root what I have, and then we'll come back and do ADB and Amiga, because I want to break from schematic work. Why are there 3 errors? Ah! I forgot to assign some footprints. Let's fix that. Yes, you can. If you want to deal with that further, you can actually do full matched impedance. It's very nice. And in fact, thank you for reminding me, we need, before I do any routing, to design a stack up for this. Yep. So, KiCad Nightly does a whole lot of really cool stuff. This is going to be mixed. I don't want the user-defined layers. And I'm not really much of a fan of the eco layers either. Yes. This is a thing. KiCad Nightly now has proper stack-up support. This is a whole thing. Now the top silk screen is a liquid photo silk screen. I happen to know, because I'm going to be targeting JLC here. My top solder mask is also a liquid ink. I did look. And that defines some dielectric constants for me. This is currently defined as a 2-layer board. I might do 4, but if we look at JLC PCB, and we look at their capabilities, and we look at the... Yeah, this is a connector board. 6 or bust. Arguably, I should probably do 4-layer, because I can put the signals through the inner layers. Because I've got through-hole connectors everywhere, so I can just immediately route on inner layers. I don't have to go between layers. But I can get away with murder on a 2-layer board here, because it's just connectors. So I'm sticking to that. That's not a bad stack up. I personally would actually have my second inner to be a ground and my bottom outer to be power in that case, or I'd flip that the other way up, but that's me. But that's a good stack up, yes. Okay. Sure. I don't think it's that much worse, though, is it? Well, I'm saying that the bottom side stuff, Huh. I was gonna say, I would assume with the bottom side stuff, you'd then be able to immediately switch them into an inner layer and be fine. But okay, I'll take your word for that one. Today I learned. I know. Okay. But anyway, for right now, we're dealing with the 2-layer stack up, so the material is just straight standard FR4, which, I mean, you can say what kind of FR4 it is, etc., but we're just dealing with straight standard FR4, so there we go. Okay. We aren't doing castellated or plating. Copper finish is going to be Enig, and we don't have any card edge connectors. We don't really care about controlled impedance, but otherwise we could now turn on controlled impedance. This is such an improvement, it's ridiculous. So, and with that, actually, I'm also going to change the solder mask colors to blue, because I can. Yeah, that is very, very true. So, I think I'm going to have a pair of these connectors on one side of the board and a pair on the other side. Oh, one of the connectors hasn't come in yet. That would be the RJ45 one because I haven't assigned a footprint. Oh boy. I'll have to come back and deal with that one later because that's a whole thing. I want my wallet to be in one piece at the end of this, dear. Yeah. Depends actually, Steffi. You can actually get them to do not green. But like, you have to ask them. This is gonna be fun. Why you no connect? Oh. By an amount, it's like 2 or 3 days. It's not that bad. There we go. Now, I need to actually open the other board real quick just to go and pull some numbers. Because I need to know how... Oh, there we go. How much space I need between this edge here and this connector. Yeah, the not straight rat's nests are quite nice. I enabled that. That's a feature you can enable. It's this one here. Show rat's nest with curved lines. J Sharp, trust me when I say 2 to 3 days wait is nothing. Keyboard is a 6 to 7 day build for them, and then I have to wait on like another 5 days of shipping. So anyway, the thing I'm looking for here, so I put the center of the board there. So this connector is on this grid. Yeah. 275 foul. And the edge here is 425. Welcome to the club. I'm actually a software engineer by trade. This is just my hobby. It is a trip. I give you that. It is a real trip. What did I set the settings on that as? Round rect. Oh, I'm in mil. That does not help me. 0.25. Everything I know to do with electronics is entirely hobby learned. But at the same time, you know, nothing wrong with that, right? So let us realign this. I'm trying to think. Because there's grid, there's grid. This will be the edge here because of that. Earth has what? Yeah, Steffi, if you look now, you can see all the curved rat's nest lines. Oh. I mean, honestly, why not? Right? Yeah. Four, five. Ah. I can. I really enjoy it from the fact that this doesn't show you where all the ground connections are. You can't tell what is or isn't connected. This immediately clears that up. It's good. It's really good. Right, this part over here is going to be the inner side of the board that goes over the Glasgow pins, isn't it? No! Oh, right, because I got to flip this connector next. Now it all makes sense. There we go. Yes. So these are on the outside, this is on the inside of Glasgow. So under here is where Glasgow fits. Now, I've got measurements here that I'm going to need to reference to there. Millimeters that. We want a straight line. So I've got... I'm actually going to do this on the fab layer as start over. Got 275 and then an additional 425. This is then the outside edge of the board. So let us go on to edge cuts. Yeah, that's kind of huge. I can make it fit. Barely. Uh-huh. If you're wondering, by the way, I've designed this so that... Oh, yeah. This margin here to this line, this line represents the center of Glasgow. And so 2 notches over here is where another board starts. I can go a couple of squares out, therefore, but it's a little... Talking of rounding corners... Oh yeah, this is going to be a squeezed on board. These are some big connectors, to be fair. Where's the round status? Indeed. Can I use that elsewhere? That's a good quote right there. Oh right, I need this actually to be all the way out here. Yeah. Oh, that's why it never exists. Cool. Mmm. I'm gonna just stay silent on where I stand on these topics. For now. Those who know me know what I think. Mm-hmm. I knew you were intentionally yes. Mm-hmm. That's feeling pretty comfortable right there. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna reverse the clock and data pins because this is gonna make routing difficult without any good reason. Oh, jeez. I like that though. Oh. Well, we're at the stage where I think I'm ready to try and do some routing. We should define some sizes. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, those are very expensive. It's a whole thing. Oh, by the way, Steffi, you'll be pleased to see this. The board setup system. This is a whole new way of doing DLC. Kind of awesome. Yeah. They've been doing a lot of improving. And you can even change, like, what violations are what. I'm going to tell it to warn on the courtyards, because I haven't defined courtyards for some stuff. You really do, because you can run it side by side with main KiCad. I am the Arch KiCad Nightly maintainer, for what it's worth. So, you know who to come crying to when things don't work. You can find me quite easily on Discord. What do I think of it? That's fair, Steffi. Although you can customize the layout, which is nice. Right, the thing I was going to do is to define a trace width that is larger than 0.2, or 1.2, but I think for these I'm going to do 0.4 for the data lines. One more Lush Park too. Well, we'll see. Oh, sorry, Freya. Hmm. 1.3 and 0.5. No, that's actually... Oh! No, yes, in here, you're right. Yes, I didn't spot that before. Well done, my Aegis. That is new. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. That's a nice change. Subtle, but cool. That's 0.3 millimeter, I think. No, that's 0.4 millimeter. Which I said was a bit too big. Yeah. Yeah, no connect pins is, Oh, I know the expensive board respin problem. Ask me how much a single respin of my keyboard is. Yeah. It's... yeah. For the board it's 250. For the parts, it's no longer as bad as it was. I think for the parts I'm now down to around about 150 for single order quantity. Maybe 100, 150. We did bring the parts down a bit because replacing the LEDs killed a big... yeah, 350 to 400. That is for 5 boards, but like, ouch. Low profile connectors? What are those? Ha! I've got one of these frickin' things on there. It's a thing. I'm going to define a polygon pour bottom side ground. Yeah. I'll give you that. Why did it start over there? Fucking hell. KiCad is in need of some work. There we go. I really see what you mean, Aki, about the annuli. Let's have a poke at that. Because that's, living a little dangerously. Yikes. Let's try 2mm for sanity's sake. That looks a bit better. Oof. Not great. That's for sure. Update footprint. And update footprint. There, those annuli look a bit better, don't they, Aki? A little less flimsy. Yeah, a little less anemic. I don't want thermally relieved connections here, so... Good idea. That's better. That was easy to change, actually. I'm quite proud about that. Not quite sure why we're not getting the footprint for the connector there, but whatever. Mind you, those are missing too. Interesting. Oh, I better know what's happened there. There's been some reorganization going on in the 3D footprint repo, and I bet they've moved those. So if we add KiCad Nightly models from there. That's what I was looking for. Well, oh. Ah. It's just 3D. That should be in there. That might be my bad. I might have screwed something up here. Oh, fun. "3D models, they've moved it." Yeah, okay. Let me go and fix an environment variable. That'll fix that properly. Slash USR lib KiCad Nightly share oh, is it in share or is it in oh, user share, not hey, there we go. That loaded the footprints that were missing. Cool. Route this data line. I'm gonna have to route it all the way along through the back here. That's gonna suck. That'll do. Actually, I could move that a little bit closer to this this ground safely enough. Okay. That's better. Somehow I've got to get another 2 connectors on here. I think I might be making this wider still. Oh boy. All the connectors, indeed. This is going to be for protected Earth. Now there's actually a feature to project this down onto another layer. I found it by accident recently. Okie dokie. Duplicate zone onto layer. There we go. How about that? It isn't, unfortunately, mostly because the connectors have such wildly different pinouts. The DIN 4.5 thing here is a perfect example of that. If you try to overlay these, you'll then have to add switching electronics for switching data versus power, clock versus power, no connect versus clock, and data versus a protective earth, which could end extraordinarily messily. One wrong move and poof, there goes the very expensive keyboard that you can't get a new one of. I prefer this idea because this is one board that you just fit on the Glasgow and go. You just plug your keyboard into the relevant connector and done. Which seems to be more the style of Glasgow. These ones will just happen to fit very, very snugly next door to each other. Oh, multiple keyboards. Then they'll have a multi-drop bus that wasn't intended. I am going to add instructions on the board that say only one must be inserted at one time. And do it that way. And well, instead of having like the J3, J2 stuff visible, that'll be under the connector with what the connector does on silkscreened on the board. There's going to be quite a bit of space on this board as well for silkscreen, so that's quite nice. We'll come to that. I have a plan. PS2 keyboard is clock complicated because it's not just the keyboard itself that can run that clock, it's also your PC. Depending on how badly built the board that you're connecting is, then yes, it can potentially. This board is very much intended for people who know what they're doing. As is Glasgow, to a certain extent. I think in the same way as Peter's done a set of boards for the... You know what you're doing, dear. Same way Peter's done a set of boards for connecting, like, gamepads and that kind of stuff up, and it's multi-drop in the same manner. You've got 4 ports, but if you use one port on one of the adapter boards, you can't use the same numbered port on any of the others, because then you'd be connecting two controllers to each other and bad things. I'm taking the same approach here. Don't worry, I've not actually committed quite such a crime as it looks there, because that's what the copper looks like. So... I was wondering, how on earth do I get this protective earth over there? That'll have to do. It's not great for the data signal integrity, but whatever. Yeah, not gonna fight that one. Let's have a look at how this is showing up in 3D view. That's pretty good. Right, the next thing I'm gonna need then is... Because the edge of this board needs to move to the right, but I don't know by how much, I need to go and find one of the other connectors, at least. I think I might have a small break, though, so that I can get some food in me. Once I've found... Let's try the ADB connector. What is the ADB connector for a start? It's a Minidin 4. Ooh. I think I know a company that might do one of those. Let's see if we can find a Lumberg connector that does the job. What? Okay, that was weird. That's the... Hey, that's in the same series. Perfect. That's cute. That makes me think that the one I've got, the footprint I've got, I just need to take out a couple of pins. Yep. And renumber. Speed. See, this is a much better done connector datasheet. They actually show all the different connector footprints and don't expect you to try and... Anyway. Cool. My Lumberg library. I have a copy as 4. And I'm also going to fix up some naming. Because the underscores is kind of like there actually can be spaces in these names, so we might as well. The reference here is going to be JP, and the value on the fab needs to be that. Yeah. I have to skip that one because of all the lyrics. I'm just gonna have to manually edit these to the right pin numbers. That's gonna be fun. 2 is here. That's 3. And then 4, the last one over here. There we go. And I'm also going to rename these because this is kind of not very pleasant to deal with. Because I only have to have the one hidden thing in the footprint, which we'll clean up in a second. Or rather, not the footprint, the schematic symbol. Now, wrong schematic symbol editor. That one. And then save symbol as ADB. Oh, this one's gonna be a entertainment. Pin 4 for ground. For the ground, we got an earth. Plus 5 volts. Then we've got data. And PSW. Is PSW like a power detect, or is that... Is PSW basically a power on interrupt signal? That's gonna make for fun. We'll call it fun. Silently screaming in my head. 5 volts is on pin 3. I should use the table for once. So I can just redo the pin numbering here. Data is on pin 1. Ground is pin 4. And that's pin 2. Better. Kind of hate how I'm having to realign everything back onto grid just to make it look okay. Ah well. Oh, KiCad, you and I are about to have words. There we go. This is the only one that has this signal, so this is going to route to a different pin on Glasgow. Yay for it being Glasgow, so this does not matter. But we now have ADB support. That leaves us with just the Amiga pinout that is needed. Let us assign the footprint. It's in my Limburg library. Okay. Needs a nudge to get it on the edge properly. There we go. Yeah. Now you can see why I wanted to do this. Ah. That's some bad keyboard assignment. They've put the subtract shortcut on Alt, and that moves my windows. That's gonna be more fun than it needed to be. Okay, that got me my selection at last. Think about there's good. Save for that not moving with everything. That's annoying. Okay. A little tiny piece of trace there that didn't go. I'm gonna need to redo. Okay. Looks pretty good. I'm worried, have I gone a little too far out? No, at least picking everything up is now much easier. Food. Yes, I did just read your food in a bit of a Homer Simpson voice. All good. That feels a bit better. Okay. That gives me hope that we've got room enough for the other connector I'm going to have to squeeze on this board. I'm gonna do a separate set of protective earths here with the components for it in the middle. We're gonna split the protective earths out into 2 sets. So I've got to relocate a couple of components to have these actually here. Also, I need to turn the value off on that one and that one, and then I've got to pull out the text somehow. Because, yikes, that's unreadable silkscreen. Yeah, something like about that. Except... But, that's better. So that goes against DIN 1 and DIN 5, rather than down here. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm actually going to get rid of the use of the... Or am I going to get rid of the use of that symbol? I'm going to think about that one. It's all good. I forgot to turn notifications off. My bad. I go ping apparently. Let's annotate that. Why can't I get that to deselect? That's weird. There we go. KiCad bugs. Gotta love them. Right? There we go. Let's put use this grid. Looks pretty good to me. Let's then run the protective earth stuff. I'm going to actually need to move those down a little bit. Oh no! So, time to go and get management to shout them a new one, I guess, then. Rightfully so, dear. Rightfully so. Nobody should have to live with that. It is bullshit that they keep doing this to you. Oh, I haven't actually defined any of this stuff yet. Whoopsie. I've got to go through all the panes I've defined, and I've got to go and fix them all. It's not too bad, it's just a thing. Let's change the clearance here to 2, the minimum width to 2. Thermal clearance needs to be 2, and thermal spoke width can be 5. Can I copy the zone properties? No. go. Leaves me one more to fix of the default set I've run. Ah, come on, let me pick it. There we go. Other than doing that, that was the dumb thing to do. Let me do this, the smarter thing to do. Ow. Ah! Stop doing that to me. Please, KiCad. I'm trying to... This bug, where it doesn't recognize what I'm trying to get it to do for a good, solid couple of moments, it's starting to become a bit of a drag. Why is that line sloping? Ah, that's why that line is sloping. Whoopsie. Let me go and check the other ones too. Right, there we go. There's the protective earth cut out for that. Let's get the ground connections done. That's looking better. The PSW line is just going to be a pain, but that's kind of what we expect. Just trying to wonder how I'm going to get the data line over here. Can I route that through there? Ooh, just. Just is good enough, but ooh, just. A little close for comfort there to various other features, but not much I can do about that, honestly. Why did it go to that? That's better. I'm not a fan of how that's come out, but like, I don't really see a better way of doing that. Unless I try and drill down through here, but I've got to get the clock out somehow as well. Which is gonna be best served by me doing that. Actually, I can redo this data net a far better way. I have space to route it down and over here, and then run it up along. I'm going to change that real quick. That's a bit better. Good go. Glad to hear you've done that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If anybody wants to do something really amazing, throw some money at Aki's Patreon. It really helps. She really badly needs to get out of where she's living, as you have just had excellently demonstrated by her bathroom suddenly peeing on her. Yes, that was her bathroom ceiling that her upstairs neighbor flooded again. So, you want to do something awesome this year and help someone out who's in desperate need. Aki's Patreon, it does help. She ain't gonna like me for doing this, but chat is working. So I didn't know it had stopped working. By the way, welcome Legalo Jen. I am having intrepid fun, we'll call this. Oh, that's weird. Right, I need to figure out this RJ45 bit. We need to find a connector for that. We've got ADB sorted. Sorted enough. Huh. There's her Patreon. P5C. Let's reuse this search. This will do. These are terminations to go into Glasgow. And I do care about the shields because Glasgow won't take very kindly to high frequency crap being injected into it. So we might as well do it right. And it's cheap enough to add these extra parts on. These extra parts are literally cents. I think I've got maybe 1 or 2 cents of parts in terms of passives on here. And it kills a problem before it's a problem. So I'm fine with this. Especially as most keyboard cables are quite long, couple of meters plus. So the amount of RF that gets coupled onto that. That's a Phil my Aegis. The amount of RF stuff that can get coupled into the shields on these cables is a lot. So I do want to take care of that here. Protecting a $130 board with a couple of cents of passives, good trade-off. The question is what connector class are we looking at for RJ45? I might just do a keyword search for RJ45 and find out what we get. I'm guessing modular and Ethernet connectors? That looks promising. They basically don't make the one we want, but they do make the one with all the connector contacts, so we'll do that. I want no delivery surcharges because we don't want any nasty surprises. Sort by price. And we want RJ45 jacks, I think. That looks pretty good. That was not the way I wanted to open that. I want to open that in a new tab. When Aki gets back, it would be very useful if she could confirm this is the right connector for her keyboard. But I can also go and grab some photos she sent me. So this is the monster keyboard that we are connecting to with this connector. And actually all other Model M's really, because it should all be quite standard to Model M's. There is the fun information on the back. 5 volt PS2 under the hood. That's the connector itself. And you can see here is the protective earth going into this pin. No power is not where you want it to be or think it is. Ground is not either. The pinout for this is weird. You're like, oh, red and black, that'll be power and ground. No. No. Red and black are 5 volts and data. Black for 5 volts, red for data, yellow for clock, white for ground, and silver for protective earth. Yeah. Say what you will about it. This looks good though. Let's see if there's a standard footprint in library already. It is behaving very weirdly. This is a multi-comp part, but I don't want to wend you. I want to bring you over here and snuggle you. Okay. That's not good. Oh, welcome back, Obliterus. Reboot worked? Okay. Send some love over to Aki, would you please? Because she's having a rough night. Well, afternoon actually. I'm just trying to figure out connectors at the moment for her keyboard, her Battle Star keyboard. Ah, oof. So this is the keyboard that I'm trying to figure out the connector for at the moment of it. And that's the connector itself. No powering grounds are not what you think they are. Nice. So I'm currently looking at this as a potential connector stand-in for it. I'm coming to the conclusion I'm gonna have to make my own footprint. Footprint time with Rachel! Ah. It's 5 on the connector, and this is the full 8 in this particular footprint. Don't worry, I know the connector pinout already. We figured that one. It's this pinout right here. Yes, it is RJ45. This is the actual connector. But they don't make 8-piece 5C. Yeah. Ah, good to know that RJ12 is also in here. You can see 2 unused, 1 here unused, and then 5 pinned in. So it is actually RJ45. So I was looking through the standard library of stuff, and nothing in here really fits the bill. This is the one that comes closest, and I don't know that the spacing and the pinhole sizing's right. So we're gonna make another part. The right button helps. I'm getting pinged all of a sudden. Glad to hear it. She needs them. Badly. Welcome back, Steffi. I have a connector thing from Molex. This is not Molex though, this is Multicomp. Fair enough. I'm just trying to ponder how I do this. I think I need to drop into the old KiCad again to create the library and all of that. TMI, but okay. Take care. Ah. That's fair, actually. I have gone and messed those ones up because I edited them in newer KiCad. Oops. I'll fix it off stream. Okay. Fair enough. Take care. And fair enough, Obliterous. Bluetooth tracking doesn't sound like a good idea, because vulnerabilities and power usage. Yeah. Where is KiCad libraries? I mean, there are less invasive ways to do that, which expose you to less potential vulnerabilities. Thank you. Well, I mean, my Aegis, that's essentially how all of the COVID apps work as well. But there's a hardware level protocol bug that is exploitable and unfixable. It's fun. I named that library wrong. Whoops. Let me quickly fix a library. I must be the weird one then. I'm okay with that though. Yes, they will. And in the process also completely kill the battery life. Yeah. New footprint. So this is going to be MTJ881X1. Because that's what they call it. Yeah, that mentality is wrong. I'm just saying. I know that that's not going to change anything, but it is wrong. So we've got two mechanical holes, which are 0.126 inch, I think. Yeah, those are inches. But everything about this connector is specified in inches. That's gonna be fun. Okay. We actually are aiming for that. 0.45. That is the manufacturer's part number. MTJ881X1 is the manufacturer part number from Multicomp. So the holes are 0.35 millimeter. Thou. So maybe that for the annuli, I guess. We'll see. Let's first check I've got the spacing here right. Yeah. I am not happy about having to use old units, but they used old units, so... Spacing that way's right. The spacing that way is wrong. That needs to be 350, which would be from there to there. That's the actual area that the pinout uses, and it looks like it's... That is the correct spacing there, but I've then got the spacing here off. That's why it's wrong. So now, if we check that, that's perfect. That leaves me with needing to check from there to there. And that is indeed the right Y. From these to the front of the connector is a weird value, actually. We'll go to there initially, but it's actually just slightly past that. This is 413 inch. And then the whole length of this line is 0.81. to get to the back of the connector. I didn't want to bring character map up, I want a calculator. Which is that. I'm glad that that has snapping, that makes life way easier. Let us draw a courtyard next. Actually, yeah, we'll do it on this grid. And Fabler says the same as the silk screen. I'll fix that in a second. We also want that number. Oh. What was if I edit the right number? There we go. That looks good to me. So I'll add the library. Like so. And then we can set this as being that. I'm gonna have to put that in here because it's not gonna fit otherwise. Will that actually fit over there? No, it won't even attempt to fit. It can. I'm not worried about doing that. It's more the side to side it wouldn't fit. There we go. That's what I was looking for. It just clicked into place. Right. I'm gonna rip up this data track I added in here. Well, I am going to finish up in a moment so I can get myself something to eat, and then I'll come join you in Minecraft. Because that does sound like a good idea. That's a fun data trace, huh? Hmm. Wait. KiCad is doing weird shit. That's what I was looking for. There we go. I know the clock topology is a bit weird on this board, but I think it'll be fine. Actually, we can fix the clock topology. Yes, you do. Well, that's fine. Weird makes for good streams. There we go. That makes the clock topology way better. Because now these are about matched going into this connector, and then they do their own thing when they go through here, but then at least they're in sequence. The only thing I'm going to have to do that Steffi's not going to like me doing is to get the PSW pin here to connect over here. It's going to take a bit of doing. I'm going to have to break up the ground plane through here, but not by much, luckily. That should actually probably about do it. I think that's not too bad. That leaves me needing to... This is a 2-layer board, yes. That leaves me needing to do power still. 5 volts needs to go a lot of different places. That's going to make a bit more of a mess. I haven't put a ground pour on the top side. I might actually put a 5-volt pour on the top side. Maybe. But that's the tiniest bit of killing the ground plane I'm gonna do. That's the only place I have to hop. Fun with capacitance. Yep. You got it. What I can do is I can do duplicate zone to top, making it 5, and see if that solves most of the 5-volt, and it does. So that's cool. That feels pretty good, actually. Yeah, it's not going to make a massive headache for signal integrity at these speeds. It's fine. Yeah, that's a really small diversion. You're looking at thump and thump. Well, what I can do actually, what I can do is I can actually route that down like that, and this up like that, and then pull these wires in a little more. It lessens it though. It still counts. And actually, that does decrease the distance more than you might think. There's going to be a discontinuity here, but the current will flow around the backside here. Now it doesn't have to go quite so far. You think? It doesn't have to go quite so far out of its way. The distance here to here is smaller, so current will flow right there. But I don't think it's going to be a problem anyway. As I say, this is quite slow speed stuff. Slow edges. That's not going to be a problem. I know it doesn't currently have any integration, but we do have things like the Python console and plugins. I'm okay with that. That's not too bad. I think I'm going to, at that point, kind of say, well, I've got to go and find another connector, which is the Amiga one. But it's 9 in the evening. I need to go and get myself something to eat. And this has been good. I think we've mostly got the board there, though. So... Oh, yeah. Well, I started this at 5. Wasn't going to have eaten by then. Yeah, I'm pretty comfy with this. This looks pretty good to me. I didn't get footprints for a couple of the connectors, but like, you can see how this is gonna kind of work. Yeah. So many keyboard connectors all in one spot. It's gonna be fun putting the last one on. I'm almost tempted with this last one to just run it into the Glasgow connector on its own and just say it's a completely separate one that you can plug in at the same time. But we'll see. with that, I bid you all farewell, and I will see you tomorrow for... And I'm not yet quite sure which of two things I'm going to stream. I might either stream work on my keyboard's USB stack, which you've not yet seen, or may also be on the fair enough. That can have downsides. Trade-offs. Or I might work on the USB stack for the SPI Flash Programmer board, which you have seen and seen me swear at before. I am thinking I'm going to work on keyboard one because it's different. So yeah, I will talk to you all tomorrow and see you at my normal time, which is 8:30 in the evening, GMT UTC. See you all there and then.